check. All right.
The 739 that passed in the Senate does not apply to adults, meeting rooms, or transportation. So it doesn't have anything to do with this meeting. And I'm going to begin at 5 o'clock. Everyone is required to wear a mask if you want to remain in here. So I'll make that announcement at 5 so that if there are any people who come in or anyone in here, you must wear a mask. You may take it off when you speak at the mic, and then you're expected to put it back on. Thank you very much. But SB 739 does not apply to you at all anyway. Thank you very much. We will begin in just a few minutes. Good evening, and welcome to the Suffolk Public Schools work session for the evening. We're going to begin our work session in just a moment. We'll begin by discussing our same protocol. Our protocol is that we are still under the CDC COVID guidelines that we have been following. Our mitigation strategies are still in place. All persons who would like to be a part of this meeting must follow those CDC guidelines and our mitigation protocols. All persons who are not wearing a mask must leave this room. If you want some relief from wearing the mask, you're not speaking at the mic. If you're speaking at the mic, you may take it off while you're speaking. Put your mask back on. If you need some relief, please step outside. All persons, whether you're on the dais or in the audience, must wear your mask. Mr. Weller.
As provided for by Robert's Rules of Order, a motion is needed to remove Sherry D. Story from City Council chambers because of her failure to abide by the order of the chair and CDC guidelines that all fully vaccinated and unvaccinated people wear a mask in public indoor settings in areas of substantial or high transmission to prevent the spread of the coronavirus infections, the transmission level currently being high in the city of Suffolk.
May I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve this.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Ms. Sherry D. Story and any other persons who have entered who did not hear what I just said, if you are in this room, you must have a mask on if you want to be in this room, in this meeting, or you will be removed. It has been moved and seconded. Ms. Story, if you comply, if you would like to comply, if you refuse rather to comply with the mask mandate, you must leave the room. It's been moved
Well,
and
I would
seconded.
say I would say that none of you have the authority to remove an elected school board member on the basis of a mask. We are not under mask mandates. The City Hall is not under mask mandates. I am not an employee of the school board, and I'm an elected official. None of you have that power to remove me from my seat right now for a mask. So you do that at your own peril, but you know what will happen if you do this and you do not have the power. And I'm not sure, I mean, obviously you were prepared for this, but I would just say that removing an elected official from her seat due to a mask when the governor has clearly said we are not under mask mandates anymore. I'm following him. When it was the last governor, I followed that governor, and I had a mask on during the emergency. We are not under any emergency. A mask is not required. If you remove an elected official from her seat, you do that at your own peril and at the risk, again, of spending more money in a lawsuit. Do not do that. I would just all of you think of that. I have a right to speak. The motion second is on the floor.
The second is
Actually, I have 10 minutes to speak.
Board Member Story, as long as you don't repeat yourself, and you have repeated yourself.
That is, well,
I am familiar with Robert's rules.
okay,
and
I
you
won't
have
repeat
repeated
myself.
yourself. We heard
That's
you.
fine. I can do
We
that
heard
without
you.
repeating myself. But I have 10 minutes, and I'll start my clock.
If you have a different comment?
Yes, I do.
All
I
right.
think that it is not appropriate for any board to vote a member out of their seat over such a thing as a mask when we are not under these mandates. An elected official I represent 14,000 plus people, and I have a right to be here as an elected official. There is no mandate in this city hall. In fact, they're not even going to have social distancing in here anymore. I checked. There's no mandate. Everyone walks around without a mask. This is just a power play. You should not want to have a member removed and have that on the record. Why would you want to do that? That is just showing that this has nothing to do about kids. You should want to hear my input about kids and those in my borough. So it's not about kids. It's not about student achievement. It's not about any of that. It's just a power play on someone whose views you don't like, on someone's views that you haven't liked from the beginning, someone that you have gone after from the day I took this seat. You have gone after me. You've done everything you could to silence me.
Mrs. Story, you need to speak to the motion.
It is the motion. You are trying to
The motion
remove
is about
me.
mask.
It is. You are trying to remove me. The motion is to remove me from my seat for whatever reason.
Yes,
And I'm telling you
sorry.
that you cannot and you should not do this. How will this look in the Suffolk News Herald? School board votes out member for not wearing a mask under the conditions we're in. I'm sorry you didn't like person who got elected, but this is unbelievable that you would want to remove me from my seat for a mask and all of the... See,
right.
now this is what happens. You gavel me quiet. And I'm glad you're giving me that example, because when we take the other thing to court, it will show you did not give me my 10 minutes. You should look at your attorney and ask if this is a good example. That was my case. You gavel me quiet before I have my 10 minutes to say whatever I want. You
Story.
must be really afraid of my voice.
Board Member
That's amazing.
Board Member Story, you have talked for 7 minutes and repeated yourself about me and everything else. It's not about me or anything else. If you would like to stay, all you have to do is put your mask on.
I am following the governor's orders. That goes over anything that you have to say in Suffolk Public Schools. We're not under mask mandates. I'm an elected official. I'm not an employee. If you want to make the employees and the kids wear a mask, you have a right, but you don't have a right to do that to me as an adult, as an elected official. I'm not wearing a mask.
Then, Board Member Story, you need to leave the meeting.
You haven't held the vote. I want to
Board
hear an
Member
oral vote on this.
Board Member Story, you have 2 more minutes, and anyone who is disrupting the meeting, officers, they need to be escorted out of the room. Officer, whoever's back there talking, they need to leave. I'm sorry. They have to go, because we don't have comments. This is not church. We don't have comments from the back row. Put your mask on, please. Put your mask on, please. If you do not put your mask on, you must leave. Then you must leave. You do not have a right to be there. And this is City Hall, but this today is a school board meeting, and we do indeed have the right to run the school board meeting no matter where we are. You must leave, sir, or put your mask on.
I'm in a public building.
And the school board, sir, you must leave or wear your mask. You have a choice. We're not going to argue about it. Ms. Story, board members, it's time to vote.
Dan's falling by the way. Now you have a face to my emails.
I saw it already. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Story.
Sir, please put your mask on if you're going to stay in the building.
Ma'am, I think you're talking to me.
Yes, sir, I am. I don't know your name.
I'm signing with Mrs. Story, and you can have the officer remove me as well.
All right, then you may go as well. Do we need to have an officer remove you, or would you like to go on your own? We would really like for the public to stay if you would like to stay for the meeting. We'd like to have Ms. Story stay if she would like to stay, but the choice is yours. While everyone has rights, the people in here have rights as well, and they have a right to their health and safety. We have rights too. Your rights end where our rights begin. Board members, it is time for the vote. We have spent more than 10 minutes at this point in time arguing about whatever. Board members, are you ready to vote? Madam Clerk, would you call the name?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell.
No, ma'am.
Board Member Jenkins.
Abstain.
I'm sorry.
Abstain.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
No.
Vice Chair Byram.
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Ms. Story. It's already on video. Put your mask on or you have to leave. Please don't have someone take you out. Please put your mask on. Okay, then you have to go. We'll just wait for the officer to come back. We'll take a break at this time until the officer comes back. We're going to take a 10-minute break at this time. If you come in here, you have to have a mask on. If not, you need to be out there. If you're going to come in here, you have to have a mask on. Sir, there's a sign out there, and if you're going to come in here, you have to have a mask on. Thank you. Sir? Sir, the officers are coming in now. Please just comply with your, would you please? Do you have that in writing? Do you have that in writing? If you want something from me in if you want something from me in writing, give me something in writing to say that you can't do that. I don't know what it is you're saying. Sir, please, let's just not have this. Please go outside. You may see the meeting from the chair outside, or comply. Officers, please take care of the first matter. If you, yes, sir. Oh, there's a speaker up here.
No, I mean, when you force us to be out there.
Sir, this is not a back and forth. The officers need to get over there. The officers need to get over there where you are. The officers need to come over there where you are. Could you come over here for me?
Well, yeah, I'll come over here, but can you show me in writing?
Sir, could you go over there? Could you go over there? You're disrupting the school board meeting. Would you go over there?
I'd like to
Go over there.
Paperwork to you to be here with a disability. Now, I know I'm a free American.
Officer,
I'm a retired veteran, 21 years, 4 months, and 11 days in the U.S. military, 100% disabled.
officer, please remove Miss Story. Please remove Miss Story. Yes, please remove Miss Story.
You don't have a mask? I mean, you can't, you're breaking my constitutional rights right now. Yeah, we can talk out here, but I'd like to see some paperwork on that, please. You want to prove to me with the paper, I know you prove to me.
Miss Story, would you please comply with the officer's direction?
19, can you step inside?
Yes, indeed, she is out of order. She refuses to do, just all we've asked her to do is put her mask on.
Before you finish, Madam Chair. Because we don't know what they got, and it's not fair to us.
Dr. Lee, can you follow up with the officers and make sure that those individuals leave the premises? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept our apologies. We normally do not have these kinds of disruptions at our school board meeting, and we regret that they have occurred. We're going to begin our session. If there is someone here with no mask on, would you please put a mask on? We have been delayed now for 27 minutes. If you do not want to wear a mask, then you cannot stay in here. You have no right to expose other people to whatever you may be carrying. We try to respect one another's rights. You have rights, so does everyone else. So please comply so that you won't have to be asked to leave as well. If there is anyone who is not wearing a mask, please don't let me have to call the police again to have you removed. We would like to go on with our meeting. Is there anyone else who is not wearing a mask? She has a mask on. Ma'am? Do you have on a mask? I'm more than 6 feet away from... Ma'am, if you don't have a mask on, you have to go out of the room. Ma'am, 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 please go out.
Governor, that was our elected official, and he has said that we are not under mask mandates. How come we don't have to follow this one? That's my statement as to why this school board does not feel like we need to follow the directions of our current governor, who was elected by majority by the state of Virginia.
Ma'am, we are not having a political argument here. We are talking about health and safety. Let me. This is not about Governor Youngkin, and let me just say this.
Don't engage.
Ma'am.
Don't engage.
Ma'am.
Don't engage.
Please leave. Thank you. Goodbye. We're going to go on with the meeting. We're back in session now. We would like to look at the focus areas of our SPS strategic plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We're going to try to still meet some of our timelines that we have. But I want to go ahead and call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, Chief Academic Officer, who's going to give an overview of the focus areas from the school board. Thank you all so much, school board members, for your feedback to Dr. Branch, as this is the next plan in our strategic process. Dr. Branch, we'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and SPS community. Tonight I'll share with you updates on 4 areas as it relates to our SPS strategic plan. We'll look at the focus areas development process, just a reminder of how we got to this point, some common themes that came from the focus areas recommendations, the final strategic plan focus areas results, and next steps and action items.
Excuse me. Mr. Spalding, you have to leave.
I am not.
Yes, sir, you are.
I absolutely am not.
Yes, sir, you are.
I'm not making the choice to get up and leave from here. I'm telling
Okay.
you right now.
Okay. We'll have you removed.
Y'all are a disgrace. I was going to be respectful tonight. I was going to actually try to do my best and be respectful, but
Dr.
y'all
Brown.
have shown your
Dr.
side.
Brown.
Dr. Brown,
And
can you
y'all
have the
have
officer come in and get him,
started-
please?
Started. I mean that. Look at me. Give me the eyes all you want. Yeah. I have a right to be here.
John?
And I do apologize for saying amen to Ms. Story when she was making her thing and talking out of place. And I apologize to you too, ma'am. Sorry.
He has already been,
Y'all just stirred a storm.
Madam Chair, point of privilege, please.
yes, sir.
Can someone please ask our Sergeant of Arms or those who are serving in that capacity to please, if you escort a person out, to not let them come back
back
into the
in.
room?
Yes. I don't understand how they did that, but whatever happened, I guess when the other officers had their backs turned, those people came back in. If you have to close the door, close the door. But we're not going to keep doing that all night long because we have been delayed a half an hour with chaos, unnecessary chaos. We need to go on with our meeting. Would you go on, please, Dr. Branch?
Yes, ma'am. Considerations for the focus areas that have been selected were based on a few previous factors. We conducted a very thorough SWOT analysis with each stakeholder group, parents, staff, students, and the community provided us feedback. We also used the school board recommendations from our November 4th work session, as well as the current strategic plan. All members were, after our last meeting, were asked to submit their focus area recommendations by January 28th. The feedback created common themes, and it demonstrates that our school board members are really on the same page as far as how they want to see the school division progress to create the strategic plan. Student achievement was one of the common themes, and I didn't write everything that was said because they were oftentimes very similar. Students demonstrate academic growth to become responsible and productive citizens. That was the common theme and statement from each of the recommendations. Under climate and culture, a positive learning and work environment, learning in a nurturing, caring, supportive, and safe environment, morale of staff and students, and again, school safety. Human and fiscal resources was a common theme relating to staffing under our human resources areas, with not only hiring but the retention of quality instructional staff, attracting and developing and retaining staff, as well as maintaining efficient, effective, and quality management of operations and resources. And lastly, community engagement and communication. And oftentimes those statements were combined to pretty much sum up increasing engagement and involvement of our families, stakeholders, and partnerships. Communication, and this one was more specific to parents, and then changing the conversation and writing our own story. So as you can see, from the strategic plan focus areas recommendations, these are the results of the 4 areas that will lead our strategic planning for 2023 through 2028. Student achievement, climate and culture, human and fiscal resources, as well as community engagement and communication. Now, our next steps include, and this is a repeat of what I shared in the process from last month, our next step will be to identify short and long-term goals within each of the focus areas. We're going to use SMART goals: specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, having a timeline. And each goal will specify clear objectives and identify one or more indicators, measurable ones, that will allow the stakeholders to know where that objective is and whether it has been attained. School board members will then, after the goals are created, develop and implement an action plan. So we are at the point now where the real work is starting to begin. Are there any questions? That concludes that portion of the presentation, Dr. Gordon.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, as Dr. Branch kind of explained, we're now going to kind of move into the next phase here where there's going to be some things that need to be refined as we will ask the board in the future, not at this meeting for time's sake, but in the future to begin to look at some verbiage for goals and then the developing of indicators based on those focus areas. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, not only for the board, but also for the public, and to thank Dr. Branch for her work in organizing this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Branch. We do indeed appreciate it. And we get our homework, we try to get our homework done.
Yes, ma'am.
And
you all did
sent
well.
to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're sorry for the delay, but we do want to get, I know you're going to give us our SPS Online mid-year updates, so we're anxious to hear what's going on there as well.
Great, thank you. All right. I would like to provide, as Dr. Brooks-Buck stated, an update on where we are with SPS Online. SPS Online launched this year. We are at the midpoint. In fact, we're now in second semester of our school year already. We've gone through 2 quarters. I will provide for you some SPS Online enrollment numbers where we are, and I'll give some additional context there. We'll look at the instructional setup and staffing and the impact of our current model. I'll share with you some information about student transitions, whether they're still in person or have moved to virtual, and then some pros and cons of our current program, as well as the next steps and action items. Currently, our K through 12 SPS Online model is broken up. At the elementary level, we have selected 6 SPS teachers to teach at each grade level. We only selected 1 teacher per grade level, as our previous numbers did not justify a need to have any more teachers. And we also asked teachers for their interests and had their recommendations from their administrators. We had to continue to follow the standards of quality, our SOQs, to keep class caps in place. So at each grade level, it was limited by the required SOQs. Those students in elementary get face-to-face daily instruction. At the secondary level, including grades 6 through 12, they are on our multiple virtual platforms, Virtual Virginia, Edgenuity, as well as in some classes, some content areas, we have SPS teachers who serve as facilitators. The students do the courses virtually online, but the teachers have to, because there's not designated teachers in the virtual platform, the teachers actually have to facilitate there. The virtual platforms at the secondary level are self-paced. There's no direct instruction, but virtual support is provided upon request. We also have 3 administrators, our SPS associate principals, who serve as the principal or the lead of each level. So there's elementary, middle, and high school associate principals. Now, our current numbers include 495 students in our current program, in our current model. This number greatly increased from what I shared with you back in August and September, where there was only about 250 students. We are at 495 students, and I verified today with some transitions that have happened, we're actually at 497. And this identifies each grade level and how many students are at each level. One thing we did throughout the midpoint of the program was allow students to transition. This is a building year, so we wanted to make sure that this was a good fit for students. And there were 80 students who returned from virtual to back to in-person instruction, and for various reasons. Many times the parents requested that they go back face-to-face. It might not have been good for their home situation as far as childcare and ensuring that the support was there for the students to work independently. Also, students not being engaged. So I'll talk about some of the pros and cons, and those were some of the reasons that we have students return. We did an additional transition for students, whether they were interested in going to SPS Online. They were our students who were on our wait list. We created wait lists throughout the year. And then those who were interested in returning back to face-to-face. So when I created this presentation, those numbers were not in because we finalized it as of the start of this second semester on February the 3rd. But I do have some updates. At the elementary level, we didn't have any additional transitions. Those students really transitioned back to in-person in January. As of February, we had 15 students who went to online and then 15 who went back to in-person, so that was pretty even and a wash. At the high school, we had 26 students to return to face-to-face from SPS Online. Some pros and cons. Some of the pros include choice and flexibility of being in a virtual program, having that option for various reasons, wanting to be virtual. And with our COVID numbers and the percent positivity rates, parents were very concerned, especially at the beginning of the year when we were peaking very high as far as our cases. They were very concerned about their students and possible issues or maybe issues within their own homes. And so our numbers rose, but it gave them that choice and flexibility. Disciplined, motivated students are successful in the program. The students who understand that they must be online all day, that they have to keep up with their assignments, that there is no direct instruction at the secondary level, so it's really self-directed learning. And at the elementary level, where there is good support for those students, kindergarten through 5th grade, and they are able to be disciplined and motivated to do their work. Canvas is our learning management system. It made it very smooth as far as the transition because our platforms, our virtual platforms are still in Canvas and they access those through Canvas. So they were already familiar with using Canvas from last year. SPS Connect supports virtual learning. So our SPS technology department, under the leadership of Mr. Littlefield, they still provide support to our virtual students. So if something is going on with their Chromebook, there's some issues, they still provide that level of support. We do have multiple virtual platforms to provide courses, Virtual Virginia, Edgenuity, as well as our SPS staff, as I previously mentioned. Our elementary teachers are able to build that sense of community and greater interaction because there is a physical person working with those students every day, and so they're engaging during the same schedule hours of the elementary building. So they're able to build community with those students. Administrators communicate regularly with the families so that they know what's going on, when things are happening, and we really try to connect those students to their zone school. And currently, SPS Online is free to students. Some of the cons include that lack of face-to-face instruction, specifically at the secondary level, where students are self-directed, which goes into one of the points of the cons is unmotivated and undisciplined students have a very hard time with this. Because our programs require them to attend, to do assignments, they have due dates, they have percentage of completion, and they will fail or be removed from the program if they are not engaged. And that has happened to students who are just not doing the work. Special education students have to wait in order to be placed into the online virtual program because there has to be an IEP meeting conducted in order to determine eligibility and placement. It is not something that just happens. That has to happen to determine placement and the best recommendation for FAPE. Not all secondary courses are available. And so students who are in band, orchestra, chorus, art, music, those courses, even driver's ed, that's not available in the virtual platform. And then poor engagement and attendance, again, really do impact students and their continuation. If they're not motivated, if they'd rather be in the social environment and rather be engaged and ask questions immediately, the online program is not for them. Some next steps as we are planning for the continuation of SPS Online, but in a different format. Our application, and I have to stress this, our application for SPS Online opens up on Monday, February 14th, and will run through April 22nd, 2022. It will be a defined cutoff because we are in the process of scheduling. And in order for us to get those students scheduled in our virtual platforms, we have to have their enrollment. That also impacts our current scheduling within the building because those students will be taken out of the master schedule process and placed into SPS Online. That is a different process, and those students would not be counted for classes and their scheduled needs in the standard master schedule. We will be submitting flyers, which will go out to the schools on Monday, and parents will have those in hand. Their students will be bringing those home. The application and information will be on our website, our social media platforms. It will also go out through Peach Jar, our school messenger. And so there will be multiple ways that parents and students can get information about our SPS Online program, the application restrictions, as well as success criteria, as well as criteria for enrollment. And that's going to be very important for everyone to understand and adhere to. There will be no late enrollments. Again, that goes back to scheduling and preparing for the next year. Once the application closes, there will be no additional considerations for SPS Online. Now, this may sound like a harsh approach. However, this is how the majority of school divisions have had to set up their virtual programs because it impacts instruction and it impacts our scheduling in such a way that we are not able to get students in classes that may be required for their graduation and other factors. Once enrolled, those students who will be enrolled in our SPS Online program, they will remain in SPS Online for the 2022-2023 school year. That concludes my mid-year updates for SPS Online. Are there any questions?
Dr. Buck.
Board members, are there any questions? Thank you. Dr. Gordon?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Buck. And just to add to what Dr. Branch said, one of the things that we really had to take a look at is our overall teacher shortage, and to make sure that that enrollment process lines up with our master schedule development. And so we were looking to begin to make some pivots that we'll go into a little later on as a part of our superintendent's proposed budget. But we're really excited that, as Dr. Branch said, 495 kids. We have had some movement. It's been very taxing on the school counselors and the administration for students that are kind of going back and forth, which is a part of the reason why we want to be able to streamline this process. But we will plan to keep SBS online in effect for a while. It's just a matter of exactly what the program is going to look like. So I just wanted that to be on the record.
Thank you, thank you. Now, with the dates, the only question I had, the dates are further into the school year. If we have new students, say, move into the area or what options will be available for them?
New students and military transfers would follow under our current practices as far as scheduling, so they would have that option.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Did you have a question? Okay, thank you very much. We are going to adjourn at this time from the work session. Thank you very much. Good evening, and welcome to our monthly meeting of the Suffolk School Board. We are ready to reconvene the business meeting, and we're glad to have you here. Board Member Heather Howell will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Howell.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Board members, we are going to need to adjust the agenda in two places. May we have a motion? We don't have the student appeal. We're going to table that. We need to table that until the 23rd. Madam Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we adjust our agenda and move the reports by the superintendent to after new business on the agenda.
And also the table.
And, yes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we move the reports by the superintendent to follow our new business at this time. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell,
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes?
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have one more. We need to table the student appeal. We need to vote on that until
Yes,
February
Madam Chair, I'd like to
23rd.
move that we table the student appeal 21-22-1 or 2, and we table that until February 23rd.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell,
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins, Board Member Mayo,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Vice Chair Byram,
Yes?
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to hear from our public speakers. We have two public speakers who signed up to speak. We have asked that all persons who are here with us wear masks, and we thank you for your cooperation. We have two public speakers who will speak on agenda items at this time, and those persons will be asked to come to the microphone, state your name and your address. And we have first Carly Bosco, who will speak about the personnel report and the proposed school calendar. Ms. Bosco? Mrs. Gardner is going to read a statement before you speak, Ms. Bosco.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law, or, where appropriate, court proceeding. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments, but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at all board meetings. That officer shall, under the direction of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administration building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
And Ms. Bosco, before the timer begins, if you would like to remove your mask while you're speaking, you may do so, and just to return it back to your face when you're finished. Thank you.
Good evening, Carly Bosco, 2729 Burning Tree Lane. I'm here tonight to discuss the staffing report and the proposed calendar, but I'd like, as always, to start with a few notes of thanks. First, to Dr. Brown and his team, I appreciate the updates, the significant improvements that were made in the COVID dashboard since the last meeting. Thank you for listening and taking comments into consideration. Second, to the transportation team overall and our specific bus driver, our route has been running so smooth, and in conjunction with the bus tracker system that is new this year and working in real time, has saved us much time, energy, and waiting in the cold. We're very grateful for that. And finally, as always, I want to acknowledge the Florence Bowser staff for their efforts every day. In particular, a shout out today to Mrs. Griffin. She tackles, so many other duties as assigned on top of her normal responsibilities, yet she still makes an effort every day to visit every classroom and say hello to the teachers and students, and I know that is so well received on all parts. As to the proposed calendar, although it is too late to be considered for the 22-23 school year, I would like to request that the district revisit the potential for starting future school years before Labor Day. I understand when the law changed 2 years ago, there was a survey done that led Suffolk to keep the status quo, but now that other local districts are moving in this direction, Williamsburg, York County, and Isle of Wight County, just to name a few from this current year, I think taking a fresh look at the potential positive outcomes for doing so is warranted. For the calendar presentation to come, I simply want to acknowledge that Dr. Branch was an outstanding facilitator for the committee, giving all voices time to be heard, and Kings Fork Principal Bryant did a great job for the subgroup that I participated on. I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to participate and to see so many dedicated staff and community members working outside normal duties and outside normal hours to carry out this function. It was a great experience. Moving to the personnel report. The January report shows the first net positive for instructional hires since I've been coming to speak to you. A grand total of a +1. Obviously, a net 1, when the trend has been so heavily tilted to loss, is not making a dent in this growing problem. As a parent with 14 years ahead of student enrollment, and as a community member with a vested interest in strong schools developing strong citizens, I continue to ask, what is Suffolk doing to address the issues within its control? Teachers are feeling disrespected on so many levels. It's shameful the way many students and families treat them, but even more so when the lack of respect for their time, experience, and perspective comes from their chain of command. Teachers are at the tip of the whip without even a small bit of additional compensation for their lost time. Why is it that teachers are left with literally no choice but to remain in classrooms in buildings after their contract hours because students are still in classrooms at contract time because of late buses, yet they don't receive even a partial stipend for late bus duty if they did not officially sign up to serve as late bus workers? How is it that we're halfway through the school year and many teachers are still not regularly getting a lunch break, but are not even minimally compensated for their lost time? Their time is valuable. Their time is important. Teachers are being treated as though they are expendable rather than recognized as the critical success point in the district. How will schools function when there are no more teachers, or when the only ones remaining are those here to try and make it until retirement or until another job can be found? I fear what will come when contracts are sent out for next school year. How many will fail to return? How will students who are already bearing so many burdens function when they are stuffed in classrooms with outrageous ratios or expected to learn only from online sources when there is no real in-person instructor? The crisis is upon us, and I implore you, please act swiftly and aggressively to remedy as many of these concerns as is possible and within control, to demonstrate through both word and deed that SPS values its employees and is building the best SPS by having the most well-respected staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you. Our next speaker for agenda items, Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, will address the personnel report, payment of bills, and payroll.
Takes me just a second to get my papers out. There too. Good evening, board members. Tonight, as the chair said, I will be sharing information related to the personnel report as well as the payment of bills and payroll report. In terms of personnel, I would like to speak to an issue I've seen happen too many times in the school division. There's a very good example of this in the personnel report for January. In that report, you'll see a request to approve funding for curriculum committees after the curriculum committees have already met. The usual process would be you make a request to the school board to pay teachers to be a part of a curriculum committee and the work. The board approves the request, the group meets, the teachers are paid. But in SPS, here's how it often works. The curriculum writing team meets, the writing team is paid, and then the board approves the request for something that has already occurred. You've done this correctly in the past, but the process is very inconsistent. Please ensure monies are not spent before having your approval. The payment of bills and payroll is one of the financial reports that show how the budget is being carried out. So first, I'd like to comment on the improvements for the current budget process. Thank you for making headway into some of the concerns we have had for months. The additional structure you have given to the budget process is good and an idea worthy of sharing with other school divisions to show one way of making purchasing requests and bills more transparent. Second, at the last meeting, Vice Chairman Byram acknowledged the good work a staff member did with a survey that was administered. So what a surprise to see in this month's report that the school division spent $87,000 plus for survey design and data analysis, and another $14,000 plus from ODU's Research Foundation for surveys, data processing, and reporting, for a total of over $100,000 for these services. In January, a total of $87,000 was spent for a study skills program. And to this, I want to say, I don't know which students are benefiting from this program, nor can I tell whether student achievement is evident, but I hope the school division knows. We hope you are evaluating what's in place, what it costs, and whether or not it's working, so that you can opt out of programs that no longer work and make sure you have programs that do. The total for the cash cards this month is a little bit over $216,000. And I want to encourage you to take a close look at how the purchase card program is working. The chair has indicated purchase cards to be a government program, as though that makes the purchase card program commendable. She expressed that if anything inappropriate had occurred with the purchase cards, it would have been detected and pointed out in the audit. The chair has also commented that organizations use purchase cards for various reasons, including conferences and training and meals during events, implying that it's a good program. And it may be, but at this time, I don't have an iota of confidence in how the program is managed. Here are some of the facts. The school division has a purchase card program. A purchase card is a cash card. About 60 people have these cash cards. Those who purchase items with the cash card should have the receipts. Not everyone does. Apparently, receipts do not need to be submitted to anyone in the school division. I have not yet located a policy that provides guidance and direction for the use of purchase cards. Thus, this is something you may want to consider. The cash card should be in no way a workaround of the regular purchasing process. Last year, we were told the purchase card program was a pilot, but it seems to have expanded throughout the school division. We do not have evidence that the purchase card program is being supervised as needed. Rather than try to explain to us that this is a government program and businesses use the purchase card, would you please take a look at all aspects of the program and how it is working? And would board members on the policy committee please ensure a policy for this program? Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Going to move on to the consent agenda. Madam Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the consent agenda as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Other questions? The consent agenda, Board Member Howell. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins? Yes. Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Moving on to new business. We need to set the date for February 23rd, 2023 at 6 p.m. We will meet at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School for the special school board meeting for the superintendent's proposed budget. That's a change from previously announced location, but we will meet at the Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School for the superintendent's proposed budget at 6 p.m., February 23rd, 2022. That is an action item.
Madam Chair, I move that we establish our meeting on the special school board meeting for the superintendent's proposed budget on February 23rd, 6 p.m. at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that we meet on February 23rd, 2022 at 6 p.m. at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School. Are there questions? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item is the calendar committee presentation and report. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Branch, who's going to provide an overview to the board and to the community on the calendar committee recommendations after multiple meetings and feedback to be received from several staff members, community members, 10 teachers, et cetera. I'll turn it over to Dr. Branch.
Good evening again. Tonight, I'll review our 2022-2023 SPS Calendar Committee background, as well as the process and timeline, and then provide for your vote the calendar options and recommendation. I was pleased to facilitate again this year with a group of very engaged and involved stakeholders, to include administrators, teachers, parents, other community members, as well as representatives from departments across the division. This was a collective work, and all of these individuals, as Ms. Bosco spoke earlier, were committed to providing an option, multiple options for the calendar for the upcoming school year. I appreciate and thank them for their work. Over the course of 3 months, we held 3 virtual meetings, and as was previously mentioned, they were outside of work hours, our regular schedule. They started at 6 o'clock, and for the first couple of meetings, we were there from 6 to 7, which was great. During the last meeting, when all groups presented their options for the calendars, we took the time and everyone hung on for an hour and 45 minutes virtually as we met to bring the options to you this evening. There were 4 subgroups that were broken up from the entire committee to separately discuss and create calendar options. These subgroups were facilitated by 4 of our SPS administrators. Administrators were chosen to facilitate because they have a direct knowledge of the culture in the division as well as historical knowledge, and it was very helpful to provide that insight as all of our participants were involved. The calendar committee had a shared folder with information which included past calendars, holiday observation, guidance documents. I provided additional resources for them to reference if there were questions that came up during the meeting. We wanted to be very timely and make sure they had that before our next meeting and before their subcommittee meetings. The calendar committee was presented draft calendars and options by each group. So there were 2 options per group, pretty much 8 options of calendars. And then the committee voted on their choice. It was a collective, nothing led or done by me. It was the collective of 35 members on the multiple stakeholder group committee to present an option 1 and an option 2. There are some differences in option 1 and option 2, of course. Option 1 has 2 clerical days, where option 2 has 2.5 clerical days. And all of this is outlined in your presentation as well as the additional documents. There are 4 early release days in both calendars, 1.5 professional learning days, and there was a lot of discussion for each of these decisions, so it wasn't just random or based on any specific metric. It was discussion around what was best for students as well as what our teachers and staff needed. And teachers served in 10 roles on the committee. There were 8 actual teachers from across the division and then 2 from the teacher advisory group. Our parent-teacher conference for the option 1, it's 2 days and they're half days, whereas option 2 has 1. Fall break for both calendars is the same, and the normal holidays are built into both calendars, but I wanted to identify some that are the most discussed and most considered. Fall break, the day before Thanksgiving through that Friday, is on both calendar options. Winter break, though, for option 1 is 9 days, returning on Tuesday, January the 3rd, as we will be out on Monday, January the 2nd, the day after New Year's Day. And then on option 2, there's 11 days in that offering. The discussion there, and I want to be, we went into grand discussion about this. The discussion there centered around student regression, information loss, and teachers actually spoke to this more so than parents and community members about how it impacts student learning, coming back, and did we really have to have 10 full days, 11 days, which is part of option 2. So that's where the discussion center. Spring break is standard for both calendars, April 10th through the 14th. Last day of school as well as for students as well as teachers is the same for both. And again, standard holidays, Veterans Day and President's Day are still built into the calendar. I didn't identify those on the previous slide. So the calendar committee is recommending as option 1, their option 1 for 2022-2023. So that is our recommendation being put to the school board based on the committee's choice. And I'm stressing that because it's not my choice or Dr. Gordon's choice. We really do look at what the committee has proposed. Are there any questions?
Other questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Mr. Riddick?
is it possible, does fall break covers that whole week? Or is it just traditionally how we did it? I know I received a lot of calls from teachers, especially last year and some this year, inquiring about it, how some divisions let the students be out starting that Monday of Thanksgiving and returning the following week. Are we following that suit, or we stand traditional the way we've been doing?
The proposed options are Wednesday through Friday. And I will say that the divisions who added the 2 days, that Monday and Tuesday, that decision was not made in the original format of their calendar creation. If you recall, there was a lot of discussion about teacher burnout and time off. They built in those days after the fact in many of those other divisions. That was not part of their original calendar. Previously, we had a half day on the Wednesday before. It was the preference and recommendation of the committee to have a full day off on the Wednesday before, so it's Wednesday through Friday.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in the spirit of staying with what some of the constituents and persons who reached out to me with, I would prefer, I don't know if I can do this or not, so y'all please correct me.
No,
but
we have a choice between options 1
Okay.
and 2 because the full committee met to plan these.
And Madam Chair, may I add, we're required to do 180 days or 990 hours. We actually do both. And so in order for us to add 2 days to that week, we would have to extend the school year or take away other days off, which would also, it would more likely impact the winter break, which would give, if we were to take 2 more days off, it would give them 6 days of winter break.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Right? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve option 1 for the calendar for next year.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we choose option 1, which is the recommendation of the committee. If there are no more questions, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, let's see, we have a resolution at this time, a resolution for the School Board of the City of Suffolk. Would you please read that, Madam Vice Chair? You need a motion?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we accept resolution number 21/22-13, a resolution of the School Board, the City of Suffolk, approving a bid award to Land Tech to construct a turf field at Lakeland High School pursuant to the bid issued by Suffolk Public Schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the bid from Land Tech Group Incorporated to construct a turf field at Lakeland High School. Are there questions? Being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. We are now into our reports by the superintendent. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Ward, to give the good news report, and then I will follow that up with the calendar of special events, as well as some additional comments related to pending legislation in the General Assembly. Ms. Ward?
Over here.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of our Suffolk School Board. Tonight, I would like to begin our good news report with our SPS alumni Where Are They Now feature. We will be talking tonight about Miss Kalia Leverett. Kalia is a New York City-based performer now, but she's also a graduate of Suffolk Public Schools. As a child, she was intrigued with the stories of each culture she experienced and fell in love with while traveling with her family. Her family is a Navy family, as she spent time exploring the world. She remained active in educational and community theater each place she moved, while still dedicating herself to the dance training she began when she was 2. Most of Kalia's adult life has been spent pursuing a career in medicine and global health, as she has obtained 2 bachelor's degrees from Florida State in biology and international affairs, and recently graduated from George Washington University with a master's in public health. Since then, she has transitioned back into the arts and has also competed in several pageants, as you can see from the photo here in the slide, where she did earn the title of Miss Jacksonville. When not on stage, we can find Kalia on YouTube, working with nonprofit conservationist groups, reading or writing novels, or out enjoying her city. Some of her personal skills include cheerleading, modeling, writing, horseback riding, and she can imitate accents and dialects such as American Southern, British, and Southeast Asian. And I've shared with you all a few photos of her in various performance roles. And again, Kalia is a graduate of Nansemond River High School, class of 2011. The Suffolk Art League, in cooperation with the Suffolk Fine Arts Commission, presented the Exhibition of Excellence Suffolk Student Art 2022 at the Student Art Gallery. Featured artwork by 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students from Kings Fork High School, Lakeland High School, Nansemond River High School, and Nansemond Suffolk Academy Upper School, as well as the Governor's School for the Arts, were included. Now, out of 186 artwork submissions, 116 were selected for the exhibit, and 18 artworks received awards. out of the 18, many were our own Suffolk Public Schools students. Here we do have our Best in Show, created by Ms. Marley McCluster. She's a Nansemond River High School student, and she also attends the Governor's School for the Arts. We have 2 artworks here featured for first place by Ms. Sid Osborne, Kings Fork High School student, as well as an attendance at the Governor's School of the Arts. And we have our Juror's Choice Award recipient, Ms. Senya James, a Nansemond River High School student. Ms. Angie Salerno has gone above and beyond as an advocate and supporter of the arts in Suffolk Public Schools, especially at Kilby Shores Elementary. Let's not forget that she is also the current State of Virginia Elementary Art Education Teacher of the Year Award recipient. The Kilby Shores Google Site Art Room is something that Ms. Salerno has been working on since March 2020. Students can view the art room on her Canvas landing page. She has pages for kindergarten and first graders, second and third graders, and fourth and fifth graders to display their art. And I'd like to just share with you a view of the artworks that are currently visible on the site. And as you visit the site, you can click through the different student artworks that are displayed. So this is another good example of ways to share what's happening in Suffolk Public Schools. And there are our fourth and fifth grade student artworks. All right, Mr. Ryan Dickens' 10th grade driver's education class participated in the Get It Together High School Seatbelt Challenge led by Drive Safe Hampton Roads. The program aims to promote safe driving habits amongst teen drivers. Local high schools compete to raise students' awareness of the importance of wearing seatbelts while riding in a vehicle. And in doing the checks the morning of January 31st, Mr. Dickens reported about 85% of students were in fact wearing their seatbelts. And Kings Fork is one of 18 schools in Hampton Roads, across Hampton Roads, to participate in this program. For those of you who may be unaware, the IB program at Kings Fork High School is a 2-year high-level college preparatory program designed for outstanding high school candidates in their junior and senior years. So we want to just take a moment to congratulate the 20 students here who are the Kings Fork High School International Baccalaureate Diploma candidates for the 2021-22 school year. And I'll scroll through. We have several candidates listed, so certainly we want to celebrate their accomplishments and are cheering for their success to come. We actually may see some of these students again highlighted in our honor grad presentation. All right, as always, we like to highlight our grants and awards. Suffolk Public Schools has received a donation from Amazon North American Customer Fulfillment Center for $2,500. And our teacher spotlights for the month of January include Will Kurtich from JFK, John F. Kennedy Middle, and Forest Glen Middle, Kimberly Jones from Creekside Elementary, Thomas Shirk from the College and Career Academy at Pruden, Anisha Andrews Williams from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle, Angela DeMilk from MacBen Jr. Elementary, Hannah Pendleton from Kings Fork High School, Jennifer Owens from Booker T. Washington Elementary, Christy Whitener from Booker T. Washington Elementary, Lucretia Groth from John F. Kennedy Middle and Forest Glen Middle, and Miss Sarah Patton from Kings Fork High School. Miss Catherine Jones has shown her commitment and dedication to Suffolk Public Schools in a tremendous way. She is 92 years young and walks to school every day, yes, every day, and even watches over the building on weekends and holidays. Those who work with her tell us that Miss Jones does not allow anyone to push her food cart down the hall. She will very politely and respectfully let you know that she is more than capable to do it herself. Ms. Jones has been with Suffolk Public Schools Food and Nutrition Services for 4 years. And recently, our superintendent, Dr. Gordon, had the opportunity to meet her personally and present her with one of our Building the Best SPS t-shirt recognitions. So we thank Ms. Jones dearly for her love and commitment to our students and to Suffolk Public Schools. Community members across Hampton Roads were encouraged to nominate local educators who go above and beyond to teach students how to live cleaner and greener. Educators included those who lead the ecology club, maybe a scout leader or who regularly hosts community cleanups, or someone who started a learning garden at their school. Here in Suffolk Public Schools, 2 teachers were nominated as Green Star educators through the AskHRGreen.org Green Star Teachers Program. Those teachers are Ms. Tanya Bagley, ecology teacher and IB biology teacher for 11th and 12th graders at Kings Fork High School, and Ms. Angela McElroy, oceanography teacher at Nansemond River, were chosen out of 10 local educators to receive $1,000 to cover supplies, classroom resources, or funding to underwrite a dynamic, green, student-driven initiative. So as I move through this presentation, I do want to take the time to recognize our school board members as well as our school board clerks. The Virginia School Board Association Board of Directors has designated the 3rd week in February as Virginia School Board Clerk Appreciation Week with a goal of building awareness of the role our board clerks play. The school board clerks for SPS are Ms. Keisha Hicks and Ms. Tasha Gardner. Recognizing local school board clerks for a job well done takes a concentrated effort on the part of all those they serve: school board members, superintendents, administrators, school staff, students, and yes, the community. It is especially important this year to take a moment to thank our school board clerks who have remained attentive and ready to help throughout the unprecedented nature of this pandemic. Even though showing appreciation should actually be a year-round process, taking advantage of the designated VSBA School Board Clerk Appreciation Week assures that but really our vital employees receive some of the thanks they deserve. Although this Board Clerk Appreciation Week is next week, tonight we do show recognition and appreciation to Ms. Keisha Hicks and Ms. Tasha Gardner. So if you 2 ladies can please come to the podium to accept a little token of our appreciation. All right. To salute the service of the almost 850 school board members in Virginia, VSBA has also declared the month of February as School Board Appreciation Month. The theme this year is Building the Future of Public Education, which reflects the partnership of the Virginia School Boards Association with local school board members as they serve their local divisions and advocate for public education with local, state, and federal leaders on behalf of all students. This month-long observance is an opportunity for our school division and community to build a stronger understanding of the crucial role the board assumes in a representative democracy. Our Suffolk School Board members voluntarily, keyword there, voluntarily, tackle the enormous job of governing our school division. Tonight, we highlight the accomplishments of our board chair, Dr. Judith Brooks Buck, Vice Chair Phyllis Byram, and board members, Ms. Karen Jenkins, Ms. Loretta Mayo, Mr. Tyrone Riddick, Ms. Sherry Story, and Ms. Heather Howe. We encourage community leaders, business partners, and local civic groups to join in our recognition efforts. Thank you for what you do.
You.
You want me to take a photo? Oh, and take the photo?
Okay, thank you. Look, we appreciate that. Yes, we appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. This does conclude our Good News Report this evening.
Thank you so much.
And so as we move to the calendar of special events, and thank you, Ms. Ward, for our outstanding job. Board members, we have several gifts that have been given to you all for School Board Appreciation Month. Definitely want to thank Pastor Carl Wilkins in the Mount for the outstanding goodie bags that he put together for us. He gave me one too, so I was really excited about that. Also the flowers. Thank you to Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hicks for putting this information together, and specifically to Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hicks, the outstanding jobs that you all do, the hours that you all work. Tasha Gardner keeps me straight when I get a little bit frustrated. But this is what it's really all about here in SBS, and I think one of the biggest jewels that we have is the people in our school division and just the way that they appreciate each other. So we want to kind of use these things as a small token of our appreciation to you all, including some of the custom-made Building the Best SBS t-shirts and the goodie boxes that were put together with the assistance of Ms. Ward and Ms. Gardner. As we're taking a look at the calendar of special events, as we all know, this is African American History Month. We have some special things planned that we'll be announcing soon for the end of the month. Also, this is National School Counseling Week. Thank you to Dr. King and all of our school counselors for the outstanding job they do in supporting both our students and the staff. February 21st is coming up. No school for students or staff. It's President's Day holiday. Our next early dismissal half day is February 23rd. As we look forward to March, March is Equity in Education Month. It's also Music in Our Schools Month, Women's History Month, Youth Art Month. Reading Across America Day, as we continue to push literacy in our school division, is going to be March 2nd. Maintenance Worker Appreciation Day. Thank you to Terry Napier and his entire team for all that you do. National School Social Work Week is March 6th to the 12th. National School Breakfast Week. I know that Dr. Whiting in the past has had some great things stored for the school division. We can't wait to see what good goodies and tasty treats he has for us then. Our next professional learning day is going to be on March 8th. That's also our early dismissal, followed by our early dismissal for students on March 9th. And our next school board meeting, besides the one that was approved tonight on February 23rd, is also on March 10th. I did want to take the time, Madam Chair, because we have received several layers of communication regarding some pending legislation that's actually occurring in the General Assembly. Specifically when it comes to Senate Bill 739, which will be making masks optional in schools. And a couple of things that we wanted to bring forward just for clarification, and I know that we have several speakers that wanted to speak about the mask piece, is that on Senate Bill 739, we're not going to be 100% sure when that's going to move forward. One of the things that's been approved in the Senate still needs to go to crossover and approved in the House, and then the governor must sign. But one of the things I do need to make sure that our entire school community is aware of is that students must still wear a mask regardless of that bill for riding the bus. That is a federal law. That trumps state law. Students will have an option to wear a mask. Just because it makes a mask optional, that also means it's optional to continue to wear your mask. All school employees in Suffolk Public Schools, if this passed, will still be required to wear a mask. Senate Bill 739 does not address staff. It only addresses students. Masks will still be required by visitors coming on school property. We need to make sure that we continue to protect each other. And one of the biggest concerns that we have is exposure that will cause additional disruptions to students and staff. Even though we have reduced our quarantine days from 14 days to 10, we're still potentially looking at 2 weeks of instruction, especially if a person from the outside has traveled to multiple schools. And because this actually became an issue and topic tonight, masks can still be required at school board meetings. The chair of the school board has the authority on the conditions of the meeting. The chair of the school board has the authority on the conditions of the meeting. And so, I know we've had comments related to political pieces and things of that nature. To us in SPS and to me sitting in this seat is not about that at all. It's really about making sure that we don't have anything else that could potentially disrupt what has already been a disruptive 2 years for our students and our staff. That's the entire basis. This is also part of the reason why our mask regulations, mask mandates are actually a part of our regulations for dress code. Now, if adjustments are made, we're going to make adjustments. This is part of the conversations that we've already had with our principals. But it's interesting that we have our students that, for the most part, 99%, we have not had any issues. But I want to make sure it's clear to everyone that they understand we are still sending out letters with positive cases. We are still closing classrooms. We've closed 2 in the last 2 days. That's serious. And one of the things that a lot of people sometimes don't want to admit is not really an infringement upon your rights, is really thinking about the health issues potentially of the person beside you. That's what we don't know. None of us ever know the health conditions of the person beside you. And so we're extremely sensitive to the topic of wearing masks in SPS. And we're going to continue to do what we can to keep our students and staff safe. We've received so much support from our teachers. We don't want to have any of our teachers doing a call out sick. That's been discussed if the masks go away. We have the support of the Virginia Education Association and locally here, the Employee Association of Suffolk. That's been made very clear to us that our teachers overwhelmingly support wearing masks in SPS. So we want to make sure that you all can hear this directly from me. This is not any type of political ploy, game, or anything of that nature. This is about saving lives and trying to give our kids as much as we can when it comes to keeping some sense of normalcy, allowing them to have 5 days of instruction. Madam Chair, I want to close with this because I didn't even tell you this today. I want to give a big congratulations and shout out to our budget and finance team who once again has a clean audit. Clean audit. Wonderful staff, as she said, because she's so humble. The leadership of our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Wendy Forsman, Diane Wash, Ty Care. I mean, there's there's so many people in the Budget and Finance Office. And I know for some reason, I'm still trying to figure this out, why every year when we get to budget season and we're trying to do some great things for our staff, people want to take shots at our Budget and Finance team. And I told you all months ago, I'm not going to defend what we do. But I'm going to listen to the people that have the expertise, the CPAs. I'm going to listen to the people that have the certifications. And remember, these are the same auditors that audit the city. And even when we put the information on our website and show it, we actually had better comments than the city. But those are things that sometimes, for some reason, I don't know why people want to talk about that.
I'll explain it to you.
I know you will later on. One of the things we definitely want to focus on is the fact that we know that we're doing things right. And we have a plan in place that shows that we're going to take care of our staff. We have some major announcements coming up in the next couple of months. Some of the concerns that have been brought forward, we've heard those. That's why we've made some tweaks. But for consistent false information, lies, misinformation to be put out there over and over again, even though the information is right there, and then when the audit occurs, it's perfect. It's perfect. Why would we make any changes? I'm going to listen to the people that have the degrees. Wendy Forsman has now been in this role for 10 years. She has the institutional knowledge, and her staff is top-notch. So, Ms. Forsman, I'm going to speak for Dr. Buck here on behalf of the school board, on behalf of your boss, me. Great job, once again, by the Budget and Finance team for having a perfect audit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Buck.
You're welcome, and we'll speak for ourselves as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for the job that you do. You have a very small staff for the kinds of funds that you manage. We appreciate the job that you do. We appreciate the work that your staff does. And no matter what, I remember people putting out signs, and I remember them sending out cards, and I hope that you remember what I said when I got out of 94,000 citizens. I remember Mrs. Johnson told me out of 94,000 citizens, Mayor Johnson, at that time she was, told me we had 81 people respond indicating that they had questions about our budget. I think that wound up being like 0.12%, well, 0.12% of 0.12 of 1%, basically, it amounted to, which meant nobody really cared. They knew you were doing a good job, and I do appreciate the fact that you do. And the other thing that I was going to say is not only do we have the same auditors, the city chooses the auditors. We don't, because it's an audit that we all have. The city acknowledged that at the city council meeting when there was a question. I know because I saw the meeting. You can go back and look at the meeting where the city council, the audit team was there. They already said that they performed the audit. They understood what was involved, and it's the same audit. If 1/3 of their audit, their monies come to us. If you like their audit, you have to like ours because ours is a part of theirs. So there's not a question. We're not going to belabor that point. We have speakers from the public who would like to speak, and we're not going to hold them up. We have speakers on non-agenda items at this time, so we're going to call them forward. Mr. Todd Porpolo, and Mr. Porpolo, if I pronounced your name incorrectly, please correct me when you come up and give your address. And he'd like to speak on masks in schools. She's going to read the statement when he comes up. Or you can read it now as he's walking up. If he's outside, would you call him up?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board, 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matter. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceeding. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at all board meetings. That officer shall, under the discretion of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administration building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Is he here? Okay, he is not here. We'll move down. Dr. Dawn Marie Brittingham will talk about the budget audits and reading scores.
Good evening, board members. I'm here to talk to you about the defense of the defenseless. How does one continue to stand by and watch as best practices, best interest of the SPS students and educators continues to be trampled under the climate of tyranny and politically charged narratives? SPS leadership and school board want their agenda to supersede that which would be best for the students and educators. Suffolk Citizens for Accountability have asked on numerous occasions for clarity on several topics, such as what is going on with the budget anomalies concerning athletics and the oversight of purchasing cards? When will the school board agree to conduct a full forensic audit of the entire budget? When will Suffolk Public School leadership and the school board finally address the appalling lack of progress in reading? When will SPS leadership and the school board stop putting in place absurd policies that negatively impact students and educators concerning masks, unconstitutional genetic jabs, and transgender policies? These issues are convoluted at best and reveal an utter lack of transparency and accountability for SPS leadership and the school board. It is the job of Suffolk citizens to ask the tough questions, to root out areas of discrepancy, and to defend the interest of both students and educators. Defending the defenseless is what the Lord calls the believer to do, and that is exactly what Suffolk Citizens for Accountability is here to represent. Those who cannot speak for themselves. Not only is SPS leadership and the school board not defending the defenseless, SPS leadership and school board appear indifferent to the budget issues and anomalies that have been confronted for well over a year, and if not longer. Sadly, the current reflection put forth by SPS leadership and the school board attests towards a feckless position that duly reveals a total lack of caring for the defenseless, the students and the educators. School board members, you have been elected and you are accountable to put the needs of the defenseless, the students and the educators, at the forefront of your duties. When will protecting and providing defense to those who cannot defend themselves become a focal point for Suffolk Public Schools? When will the budgetary anomalies in both athletics and purchasing cards be addressed and rectified? When will the abysmal reading scores that have been trending poorly for many years get the full attention of the superintendent and the school board? When will the school board stop using its power to enact tyranny on both students and educators via policies concerning masks, unconstitutional experimental genetic jabs, and the absurd policy initiatives concerning transgender narratives and ideologies? Suffolk citizens believe it is long past time that the SPS leadership and school board enact transparency and accountability. We would request that SPS budget undergo a full forensic audit as opposed to the generic audit that the school board keeps referring to. We would request that SPS leadership and Suffolk Public School Boards take a hard look at how SPS can better serve students when it comes to reading on grade level. The PAL scores have trended poorly for many years, and the abysmal scores reveal inadequate progress and cannot be explained away by a pandemic. The fact that there are significant numbers of secondary students not reading on grade level is a reflection of poor literacy instruction that has been occurring for years on the elementary level. Additionally, students and educators are being frustrated, stifled, and inundated with horrendous policies regarding masks, jabs, and gender narratives. We would request the protection of students and educators from tyranny and politically charged policies. Both parents of SPS and citizens of Suffolk are painfully aware of the Suffolk School Board's shenanigans in which they are actively avoiding transparency and accountability for the budget, the reading scores, and for cultivating and implementation of a divisive policy. As hard as the SPSC leadership and school board are working to keep things under wraps, the truth is finding its way to the light of day. For there's nothing hidden which will not be revealed, nor anything been kept secret so that you should not come to light. So, fellow citizens, I implore you to get equipped with the truth. God will reveal to you the truth and equip you with the tools you need to protect and safeguard the students and the educators of SPS. We, the citizens of this great city, stand in solidarity against those who have chosen to not defend the defenseless, those who have turned a blind eye, those who have actively supported a lack of transparency, and those who have chosen to implement inferior policies. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chloe Vincent. Chloe will talk to us about bullying. Chloe, wait until he wipes that off and then you can come forward, sweetie. Thank you, Chloe. And would you give your name and your address and tell us where you go to school?
My name is Chloe Vincent. I live at 5942 Indian Trail, Suffolk, Virginia. I go to Kings Fork Middle School, and I want to bring up the topic of bullying at my school because I am a victim of bullying. The ways I've been bullied are by people calling my hair crusty, flipping me off, and cursing at me. And the worst of all, I have been chased and almost assaulted. The way it was handled by 5 days out of school from when I was chased and almost assaulted. And for anything else is in-school suspension, which they would easily skip. Teachers and students from the incident where I was almost assaulted, some teachers did help me, like my first block and my third block teacher. My first block teacher let me change my seat since I sat close to her in class. And my third block teacher walked me to my exploratory class. My chorus teacher, which was my fourth block teacher, would walk me to the bus ramp so I didn't feel that I was going to get chased again. During the incident, I felt like I had to hide. My gym teacher, she let me hide in the closet because she was banging on the door trying to get in. I was very scared, and she was very much so bigger than me. As a result, she has not said a word to me, but I still am very terrified sometimes to go to school. It's getting to the point where I want to go virtual, but I still want to hang out and see my friends, and I am split. One of the bullies that I have seen, I've showed kindness to, and I was lucky enough to receive kindness back, and she is now one of my friends. I've tried to talk to other of my bullies, but they don't want to talk to me. One of the bullies has moved out of my classes due to all of the times that she has flipped me off. And she has not said a word to me in the hallways, but she still goes out of line. I'm still scared to go to school, and that is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chloe. And Chloe, listen, We don't ever want you to feel uncomfortable when you go to school. We don't want you to have to hide in closets or do anything like that. I'm glad to hear that there are some teachers who helped you. We do have a program in place. We do have counselors at school. Your administrators in school will see to it that nobody bullies you. We don't want you to bully anybody. We don't want anybody to bully you either. And we don't want you to ever feel that you're not safe when you go to school. So please take advantage of those things. Make sure you're talking to your teachers and your counselors about what is going on, because we do have a program in place. Have you been working at school or talking with anybody about bullying in our bullying program? I know we do have a program at your school.
I have talked to my counselor, and she said that I didn't have to be scared because nothing has happened.
Okay.
But that's not why I'm scared. I'm scared.
That's not why you feel uncomfortable.
It's because she's still in my class, and the one that has just been flipping me off and cussing at me, she was moved out. So I'm still very uncomfortable in some of my class.
So you still need to continue to talk with them about it, and you need to have maybe the two of you talk together. But I'll tell you what, continue to talk to your counselor about it, okay?
Yes,
Don't
ma'am.
stop there, and we can talk after this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. Next speaker is Margaret Rankin, who would like to speak about SOL and PALS data, decline in student achievement. Ms. Rankin?
Good evening. Margaret was called away on an emergency, so she asked me to come read this.
Would you give your name and address?
My name is Deborah Cliche, 121 Blessing Circle, Suffolk 23434.
Okay, so would you like to, since you're supposed to be speaking to, are you going to speak about your?
Well, if it's okay, I'll just speak for Margaret and then forego my speaking slot, if that's acceptable.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right, good evening, board members. School Board Policy Article 1, Section 2-1.1, Goals and Objectives for Suffolk Public Schools states in part, quote, "Schools shall develop and implement a program of instruction, ... which emphasizes reading, writing, mathematical concepts, etc." End quote. A review of the Virginia Standards of Learning and School Quality Profiles data provided by Virginia Department of Education from 2016 to present reflect a trending decline in achievement and a decline in the on-time graduation rates measured over the past 3 school years for our schools. This horrifying trend indicates that a large number of our students are not learning and are most likely not at grade level. This is not the direction we should continue. This is a failure at its worst. This should be alarming to each and every one of you as the elected gatekeepers of our children's best interest in education and learning. When is the last time this board had an open discussion as to the best methods in education to make a change in our schools' classroom learning environment that actually benefits our children? I believe there are those that are truly committed to doing everything they can in the best interest of educating our students, but I have no reason to believe this body shares that commitment, as actions speak louder than words. Please tell us how you have contributed to the improvement of these learning deficiencies. When was the last time you engaged with a concerned constituent or held a town hall to discuss potential resolutions to these deficiencies? Can we add a not so good news? However, this is our plan to resolve it. Report to the agenda. In the spirit of transparency and accountability, let's stop pretending the bad news doesn't exist. I think we can all agree there are various factors contributing to the decline in a student's academic achievement. So why aren't we talking about them? When we spend money on things that don't contribute to learning, it sends a message that the learning deficiencies are not considered as important. How much money was taken from learning to rename an already named school, or the recent rebranding initiative all while our teachers are soliciting donations and setting up GoFundMe pages on social media to supply their classrooms year after year. It's shameful and what I consider a mismanagement of funds. Wasteful spending will not ensure our students have learned what they need to be successful. If we can't even get our student achievement scores up in the basics, such as reading, writing, and arithmetic, help us understand how students will be able to fill out that resume for their dream job or understand the consequences of signing that contract or a loan application for a major purchase. Are we not concerned with this failure in education? I would say this is enough of a crisis to warrant the calling for each of you to reevaluate what our students and teachers really need. Reevaluate why you would spend money on anything that does not improve our students' education. Reevaluate your agendas or resign your positions. Get out of the way so someone else can commit to fixing this problem. Sure, rebranding will make it prettier and trendier. It might even be more fun to be there daily. However, as evidenced in the VDOE school quality reports, this body is failing to educate our students for success. These failures and wasting tax dollars on things other than learning is the reason why citizens in large number are signing the petitions for recall of the chair and vice chair women of this board. Any attempt to intimidate or restrict citizens and parents from signing the petition is a reflection of ill intent to ignore and silence the concerns of tax-paying parents and citizens, such as myself, that believe in education. If that labels me a so-called band of losers, then I gladly embrace it. However, I prefer the label education watchdog. I'm disappointed and frustrated over the dysfunction and lack of sound leadership I have witnessed and experienced within this body over the past 2 years. There may be some collaboration among a select few, but there is no relationship building between this board and the citizens of this community. I have emailed my representative twice to arrange a meet and greet and received no acknowledgement to this date. I have read numerous comments from others across multiple social media outlets with the same level of frustration of non-responsiveness or condescending replies from this body. I was prepared to read some for your awareness, but I won't for the sake of time. Currently, there is no means for the public to even file a complaint or concern regarding the school administration due to a conflict of interest whereby the superintendent's administrative assistant is also the school board clerk. Last month, the board voted to approve this arrangement even after concerns were raised as to the conflict. That decision raises concerns of a collaborative effort to control information flow in the decision-making process. I know your response will be you have the right to make that decision based on the fact you made the decision, but your right to make a decision does not make the decision right. Citizens expect collaborative and cooperative decisions, not division and self-rule appointments.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, again, who will speak about Misinformation Division Level Safety Committee.
Good evening again, board members. As you know, I'm here tonight to talk about misinformation. The school board and superintendent call anything misinformation when they do not like something a citizen has said or something with which they disagree. Members have also emphasized that they will continue to correct information that is spread about SPS. Notice that in the past few months, the chair has responded to my citizen comments to basically let the public know I am spreading misinformation when I am not. It is wrong and inappropriate for the chair or the superintendent to chastise citizens because they share verifiable facts with other citizens. When I come to speak before the board, I come with statements backed by research and facts. Facts the board chair will say are misleading, but never correcting with actual evidence. Rather, she places the misinformation moniker on them, all to convince citizens that everything is well throughout the entire school division. For my fellow citizens, please know we do our homework. We research our issues and speak only to things for which we have evidence. Because this board calls us a band of losers, and because the superintendent and board chair state that what we say is not true, I ask that in the future you show us the evidence of our misinformation. The school board chair has indicated that the lawsuit I filed against the board is not settled. Since I'm the plaintiff, I know this issue completely. I suspect she does not want to remind citizens that she lacks the intellectual integrity when it comes to the Freedom of Information Act. So she shares statements that are not true, such as the case is not settled. If the board says my court case with the board is not settled, where's the judge's ruling that says that? There isn't one. Because the judge ruled in my favor, I won on the substantial merits of the case. The school board violated the most foundational principle of the Open Meetings Act when it denied me, a member of the public, from attending a public retreat. In addition to the judge having already ruled on the case, the court hearing for the payment of lawyer fees and expenses has already been determined and both parties signed. The court case is settled. Now, the school board is appealing the case, as is its right. The appeal has not yet occurred, and the school board brings up interest on the expenses as the school board awaits the appeal process. The school board's record on the appeal process is not very good right now. The higher court sent the appealed Story lawsuit back to Suffolk courts to review the cost of the attorney and expenses in light of a couple of minor items. Virginia's higher court acknowledged there were numerous instances of violating FOIA, and the case wasn't turned around. The board will now pay more interest in addition to the fees already established by the court. And of course, there will be additional costs now for the appeal. So please stop your prevaricating and begin to pay attention to student achievement. Every time you indicate that I or anyone else is lying, most especially without proof, you are being libelous and slanderous. As board members have previously said, the children are watching, and so are we. Earlier in the year, the board approved members for each of its committees, including 17 people for the School Safety Committee. I was disappointed that you wouldn't assign everyone who desired to participate, but I know that wouldn't be your style. There always has to be some form of discrimination. I was so excited that our sheriff took on the responsibility of chairing the committee and how fortunate SPS was to have him. But the devil is in the details. The sheriff no longer chairs the committee, and now things are falling apart. There are only a few people left on that committee, and I hope the chair will do what is needed to get this board committee back on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena Badu is next, and Lena will discuss the mask policy, mask shaming, various news articles, COVID protocols, COVID testing of athletes, violence in schools, lack of consequences, inaccurate and misleading information, inability of the board to accept responsibility, hypocrisy of the board.
Good evening. You want my address, correct?
Yes, you give your name and address.
Lena Badu, 2014 Smalley's Dam Circle. I want to start by saying that it disgusts me that you're sitting here and telling this child that's been bullied that what she needs to do instead of accepting responsibility. And this is on my topic.
Excuse me.
It is on my
That's not
topic.
your topic.
It is,
or
because
your
my
affair.
topic.
You aren't talking about bullying. Would you please talk about your
What's my list
your
of topics?
You
Can
have-
you read my list of topics again and pause my time, please?
If you want, no, I'm not going to stop your time, but
Violence in schools and the lack of responsibility of board members. That's on my list of topics.
your time is running out. I advise you to
Okay,
go
you're
ahead and
telling this
discuss
child
them.
what she needs to do instead of telling us what you need to do. You need to correct the bullying. Now, on to masks. Fauci, along with the CDC, has acknowledged the ineffectiveness of masks in regard to COVID. They have changed their guidelines and COVID mitigation measures several times, but you as a board continue to pick and choose what guidelines you want to follow. As a school board, you are quick to follow orders of mask mandates put into place by former Governor Northam, but you refuse to follow the order of current Governor Youngkin, which allows parents to choose if their child wears a mask or not. Again, you pick and choose what you follow. I'd like to point out that Youngkin ran on an education platform with the intent to give back parents their rights. He was elected by a majority of Virginia voters, people who want their rights back. Parents should have the right to decide if their child wears a mask, not a school board. Now let me take a moment and point out the hypocrisy of the board. At the October school board meeting, Brooks Buck returned from the break wearing a face shield, which at one point was removed and a mask was not immediately put on. Why was that? Is it because you were uncomfortable after wearing a mask for several hours? Was the mask causing your glasses to fog? You couldn't tolerate wearing a mask for the entire duration of the meeting, but expect the children that you force into these masks to tolerate it for an entire school day. Another example of hypocrisy by our board is from Superintendent Gordon, who should be leading by example. In August, there were several photos posted to the SPS Facebook page from National Night Out. Gordon is not wearing a mask in any of these photos, standing shoulder to shoulder with what appears to be staff, interacting with children and adults, extending his hand towards a child. I understand this event was outdoors, but let's use some common sense. COVID does not stop existing outdoors. Gordon was acting within his role of superintendent wearing a SPS branded clothing. He should have been practicing what he preaches by wearing a mask. You adults on this board are exercising your right by choosing to wear a mask or not. That same right should be extended to the citizens and students to whom you serve. COVID is here to stay, just like the flu, strep, and other illnesses. It is time to get back to life. I believe the school should put a halt to all COVID protocols. This includes the unnecessary forced testing of unvaccinated athletes, masks, quarantines, etc. There is no reason a healthy child should be put out of school and provided no instruction due to what could potentially happen. If a child is sick, they may return to school once symptom-free for 24 hours. I know this may be an unpopular opinion, but what kind of life are we living if living in fear of what could potentially happen? What are we teaching our children? My next concern comes from a Virginia Pilot article on October 1st, 2021. Brooks Buck stated that for the first time, the board is majority female and African American, and that some white people in Suffolk resent that. My question to Brooks Buck is, what kind of survey, research, data, etc. did you gather that led you to make that statement? Every white person in Suffolk that I have spoken to doesn't care about the gender or race of the board. They care about the fact that you appear to put your interests above what is best for the students, that you wish to silence those who disagree with your narrative, that we are labeled as enemies, emotionally unstable, a band of losers, etc. They don't like the rudeness and the condescending way that you speak to citizens of this city, as well as your fellow board members that challenge you. Not one white person that I spoke to takes offense to your race or gender. What is concerning, though, is your attempt to divide citizens based upon race through that very divisive comment. I'd like to close by thanking you for the strong police presence tonight. I assume that is for our safety. I only wish you took the student safety this seriously. I'm sure these officers are thankful for the overtime pay.
George Mears, who would like to speak about school board and superintendent dysfunction and hostility to public appeals to SPS transparency, elimination of race and LGBTQ indoctrination, and continuing need for even school board members to resort to FOIA to access basic information that every school board member should have to reach intelligent public school policy, health, and curriculum decisions.
Thank you. My name is George Mears, 4304 Ainsley Court South in Chuckatuck. Frankly, these public school board meetings strike me more as self-congratulating pep rallies than the substantive discussions of issues and quality improvements needed. When my wife and I moved to Suffolk from Virginia Beach in 1982, we were already aware that Suffolk Public Schools were far below what we would find acceptable. So my wife returned to work to enable us to send our boys to Nesmond, Suffolk. It stretched us financially, but both our boys earned full scholarships to good colleges, MIT for my eldest and UVA for my youngest, and both have 2 masters each in science and engineering, are happily married, and have solid careers of their choosing. However, I'm here as a taxpayer because I feel we have an absolute right to demand better performance from public schools than we are forced to support. And I've witnessed too much defensive posturing, attacks on fellow school board members, refusal to share information among your own members, refusal to provide any real transparency with the people who are giving up hard-earned money to pay for this school system, and frankly, your salaries. When fellow school board members must repeatedly resort to FOIA to obtain information to support and inform school policy and budget decisions, something is grossly wrong. And when this school board and superintendent are willing to waste $100,000 in a single year on court suits brought to punish fellow board members just to soothe some egos, apparently, this board's internal conflicts get played out in front of the entire Suffolk community, and it's embarrassing, and is largely responsible for the current recall efforts, which I support. This constant internal conflict is not doing Suffolk students and our taxpayers any good. If you were my children, I'd put you in a room and tell you not to come out until you hugged each other and came out with a smile on your face. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But this board and school administration's current vindictive behavior must stop before you can ever focus on critical school performance issues that really do matter to your students and the public. So let me point out that Suffolk Public Schools have some real problems that I would much prefer that the school board and school district superintendent work together to address and correct. I'll now present some of that data I pulled from the greatschools.org website, turning to 3 public high schools to amplify my point that this school board and district superintendent have far greater issues that demand their attention and managerial skills than the endlessly divisive drivel about equity, diversity, and LGBTQ agendas. And I believe that working these issues will have a far greater positive impact on the future success and happiness of Suffolk students as adults than the endlessly divisive focus on mask and COVID jab mandates, racial and transgender victimization that appears, at least to me, to be completely absorbing most of your attention. Now the data. Kings Fork, just under 1,500 kids. The grade school summary score is 3 out of 10, below average. College readiness is 1 out of 10, far below the state average. The AP course participation rate, 7%. The Virginia high school average is 23%. The percent in dual enrollment classes is 2%. The Virginia average is 9%. The Algebra 1 pass rate is less than 1%. The average for Virginia high schools is 89%. Nesmond River, obviously the best school we got. It's got a 5 out of 10 as a great school summer average, which is average. College readiness, also 5 out of 10. AP course participation is 13%. Again, the Virginia average is 23. The percent in dual enrollment classes is 3%. That's 1/3 of the Virginia average. The Algebra 1 pass rate is 36%, more than 36 times better than Kings Fork, but still only 40% of the Virginia average of 89%. Lakeland High School, 1,000 kids. 3 out of 10 for the school summer score, 1 out of 10 again for college readiness. AP course participation, 11 as opposed to 23 for the average. 5% in dual enrollment as opposed to 9%, and again, less than 1% for the Algebra 1 pass rate. Why do I believe this matters? I attended all kinds of schools growing up. French schools for a couple of years in a French town. The base didn't have a DOD school. Parochial schools in New York City and in Mississippi. I got out of the parochial school in Mississippi because there was systemic racism there, but I don't think that's a big issue today. I still got a full scholarship to University of Wisconsin. I got my BS there, and I got an MBA from Golden Gate and a Master's in Environmental Engineering. I got 2/3 of the way through a Master's in Education program at ODU, thinking I was going to teach for a second career, but it became very obvious to me that public school system was too broken to be fixed, and I wasn't going to make a difference. So I went on to another 23 years career in environmental engineering. My point, education is simply too important to be squandered by poorly informed school system being led by people who can't work together.
Time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Anderson. Mask, Respect for Authority, and General Science. Teresa Anderson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Governor John Carney of Delaware announced recently.
Teresa, I'm sorry. Would you give us your address?
Teresa Anderson, 1007 Bay Breeze Drive, Nansemond Borough.
Thank you.
Governor John Carney of Delaware announced recently that the Deep Blue State's mask mandate is finally ending. In a tweet Monday, February 7th, he stated, "We are lifting Delaware's statewide mask mandate for indoor public settings at 8 a.m. on February 11th, explaining that we're in a much better place than we were several weeks ago." He further declared at the end to end school mask mandates on March 31st. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy also announced on Monday, February 7th, that the statewide mask mandate will end March 7th, further stating we can responsibly take this step due to declining COVID numbers and growth in vaccination. Finally, Monday, February 7th, Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont announced that he is ending the statewide school mask mandate on February 28th. As early as the end of the next week, Suffolk Public Schools may be forced to follow. Our governor did not state that students could not wear masks in his Executive Order Number 2. He simply stated that parents should have the right to decide whether or not their own children would benefit from wearing masks or not inside school buildings. Now let's switch to what the experts say. Anthony Fauci, in his March 2020 interview with 60 Minutes stated, and I quote, "When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing masks may make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet. But it's not providing the perfect protection people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with their mask and keep touching their face," unquote. This was in the middle of the pandemic. That was Anthony Fauci's remarks then, basically stating that masks are useless. But if they make you feel better, then wear them. Currently, we have a bill which will hit the governor's desk soon, maybe even as early as next week, and should be signed in an emergency clause making masking our children a decision of the parents. To take you back to last summer at a meeting with just a few people present, Dr. Brooks Buck stated several times that the transgender policy was a law, so we have to abide by it. Well, making masks parental rights will soon be a law as soon as next week. Will this school board abide by that? And Dr. Gordon, you mentioned your concern with your teachers, and I hear that. But just to let you know what your neighboring schools are doing regarding the mask mandate, Virginia Beach is offering 5 KN95 masks for all teachers who want them, and every 30 days you get an additional 5 masks. As I'm sure you know, a properly fitted KN95 mask does not protect the person beside you, but it will protect you. Our young beginning readers have been harmed enough. Our hearing impaired students and teachers have been harmed enough by these mask mandates. Please show your students that you and elected members of the Suffolk School Board will abide by the laws of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we have comments by board members. Howell.
Madam Chair. First, I would just like to thank all of you that attended tonight and who signed up to speak and just want to be part of the discussion and the team. That is what put me in this chair as well. And there is much work to be done. Communication is the key, and I believe that we can conduct ourselves civilly with professionalism, respect, intelligence. I can only speak for myself. I represent the Sleepy Hole Borough. I welcome your input. I am accessible and transparent, but I also ask for grace as I'm in the learning stages as well. I'm not a parliamentarian. I don't have any legal degree. I am learning sometimes right alongside some of you, and I'm researching and doing my due diligence. So I just really want to see a community effort again and be on the same page for these kids. And Chloe, if you are still here, I want to commend you for speaking up, for being so brave. So brave. And the most powerful sentence that you said was that you gave kindness and then you received kindness. You didn't wait for someone to be kind to you. You led the way. You went first. And we should all strive to do the very same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins?
Thank you, Dr. Buck, Madam Chair. I just want also to thank everyone for their participation tonight. I want to just highlight and congratulate everyone that was on the Good News Report. We had a lot of good news, and thank you for all that you're doing, the ones that graduated and that's gone on beyond high school, college. I'm praying that you learned a lot from your school time here, because we do produce excellence here at Suffolk Public Schools in every way. And we have a long way to go. We don't get everything right. No one's saying that we don't make mistakes or we don't have room for growth. As soon as you wake up in the morning, you have room for growth. So no one is exempt from that. No one is perfect. So let's get that clear. And I just want to thank Pastor Carl Wilkins for his generosity. He's always looking out for us and praying for us, because this is praying times. And I just want to thank the staff, Dr. Gordon, for all your hard work. You're doing a great job. Like I said, every one of us right here can improve on something that needs to be done. But we're working towards that, and we're doing our best. And if we're not doing it fast enough, we're sorry that we're not, but we're trying. I want to thank Dr. Branch for her report, for doing the best that her staff can do for our students. This is what we're here for. We're here for the students. We're not here to bicker and fight each other. The bottom line is for the students, for our teachers who work with our students, who educate our students. None of you are forgotten, and no one is going to be all happy. It's not going to be 100%. And I thank you very much, and happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Ms. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, I wish to offer a special thank you to Dr. Gordon and the school administrative staff, our school administrators, teachers, and support staff for all that you do for Suffolk Public Schools, for your dedication and for your hard work. And you're certainly commended for your perseverance and your support of our students and our programs. I wish to congratulate all who were recognized for our good news reports. Also, thank you also, Dr. Branch, for your leadership and for guiding us as we navigate through this strategic plan process. And I know that we have some very valuable information that we need to work on, and we embrace that. And what we will do, it will be for the benefit of our students. Student achievement is important, and it's always has been important to me. I was a scholar first as a student, and then, of course, an educator. So I know that we have an obligation to our children to provide the best educational opportunities, and we must prepare them for lifelong learning. This is essential, and that's very important to me. I would also like to congratulate Mrs. Forsman and her staff for your hard work and your dedication. We have to continue to work together, to communicate, to do what we can, all we can, to enhance our students. Our students are why we do what we do. This is why I do what I do. That's why I serve on this board. It's because of the students and, of course, our staff. We value you, because without you, our students cannot learn and grow. So I thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, to speak this evening. And as our board member Jenkins said, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And thank you so much.
Board Member Riddick.
Be the change that you would like to see in the world. Be the change that you would like to see in the world. That was, and that is, my mantra, and one of the main reasons why I serve and have served the citizens of Suffolk and dedicated most of my 31 years of living since I was age 7 to community service and serving the youth in this city that I grew up in, giving back, being a product of Suffolk Public Schools, realizing I'm not going to please everybody, and that's fine, understanding that I may leave some T's uncrossed and some I's undotted, but I'm giving it my best in spite of the critics. That's all I would ask of anyone, to give it your best. I believe that's what our staff is doing. I believe that's what our parents is holding us accountable to do. And I ultimately believe that's what the citizens want us to do for the community as a whole. It's difficult to, I want to be able to see, let me move this. It's difficult when you are sitting on the dais and you are often scrutinized because you don't go along with the flow. You have people who often tell their story and you have to remain quiet and not tell yours, while people will come to the podium and provide false information or provide alternative facts. And you have to sit and take it on the chin. I was asked to, I had a meeting with a person when I first was elected, and the person desired to be a consultant for the division. And after reviewing the information, it wasn't beneficial to the citizens. So when I advised against that business, whatever it was supposed to be, I became the enemy and the recipient of a lot of vicious attacks. I often hear people talk about bullying. I experienced bullying, and in some cases, I was the bully. We all may have had that same testimony. Oftentimes, I witness a lot of people come to this meeting and talk about bullying, and it's not about the young lady tonight. It's about what I said it was, people coming to the meeting talking about bullying. But my family members have been victims of bullying, posting pictures of my family members on Facebook pages and making fun of me because where I come from, we have a dialect and it's how we talk. And, you know, be the example of the change that you wish to see in the world. We could really propel our students forward if we had to stop fighting so much litigation. We could really do a lot for our citizens if we could get to the business instead of wasting 30 minutes for a political protest. I had 2 town halls, several surveys on my political Facebook page, in which I have not removed any. I don't remove any content from my Facebook page. And I hear the citizens that come here, but then on my Facebook page, I receive over 100 citizens who are saying the contrary. So in a representative democracy, you have to go along with what the majority say. So yes, we're not gonna please everybody, but we're trying. And right now, I'm trying not to get emotional because this is my city. I grew up here. I was born here. My family was here. My great-grandfather was a slave and died a free man here. My great uncle was the first black sheriff for the city of Suffolk. So when I hear people talk, I thank God for being here. I thank God for serving my citizens, those who elected me to serve, for those citizens who are inboxing me constantly, providing concerns and questions and bringing it back. I will say this. I am going to ask that we investigate the bullying. And for founded cases of bullying, we implement a zero tolerance policy. Because working with children and being a bus driver for almost 9 years or so, it usually sometimes happens differently than the way it's told. And I'm not saying anything about nobody tonight, so please don't misquote me, because you misquote me when I use the term band of losers. I was speaking in regards to those who ran for office and lost their election, who was taking it out because they lost, because they ran off on hatred and not for what was in the best interest of the citizens. I'm not talking about those citizens who are speaking up because they have a difference of an opinion. And I said it at the meeting, and I was very specific in what I said. And that wasn't Dr. Buck that said that, that was me. So please don't attack Dr. Buck for something I said. I apologize because I stepped out of character and allowed them to push me to that point. But I can't sit and allow Dr. Buck to be nailed to the cross, for the lack of better terms, for something I said. Y'all, if we're gonna build a better Suffolk, we got to get rid of the isms. And the foolishness has to stop. Tonight, at the work session, it was crazy. I had a law enforcement official make light of my right to feel safe in my face. Dismiss me and stop talking to me when he came in the room to ask me a question. Now, I'm not going to call the major by his name. I ain't going to do all of that. I'm just minding my business. But this is what happened. We can't hold the double standard. We want to say people have the right to choose to wear a mask, but then we say we force women to do things. I'm going to leave that alone. You get what I'm talking about. We can't have the double standard, y'all. Let's get it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Barrow.
Ditto to most of what you said, Mr. Riddick. Couple of things I wanted to say this evening, and I'm going to get away from any negative attitudes. I'm going to try to be all positive. I want to say kudos to the finance department. Ms. Forsman, with her small staff, does an excellent job, and this is, of course, the audit tells the tale. Needless to say, I'm glad to hear that great news. I want to thank our clerk and our deputy clerk, Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hicks, for an outstanding job. They both do things that are not even in their job classification. And they assist the board and the school system in many ways. And they are to be commended. I thank you personally for all the hard work and the many hours you dedicate to the school system. And I hope you'll be able to continue that for many years. In the teacher spotlight, there were a lot of people congratulated, and I congratulate all of those that were recognized on the teacher spotlight, but I took note of two in particular that are reading specialists at Booker T. Washington Elementary School, and I've seen both of those young ladies in action over the years, and they have done an outstanding job in the reading program, and they continue to do that. Jennifer Owens and Christy Whitener. They are outstanding educators, and they are to be commended, and I give them a special commendation tonight. I've been to many events at Booker T. Washington that they helped to organize over the years, and they have done an outstanding job. I thank them for all they have done. On January 31st, my borough lost one of our champions of education and city government. And I want to extend again this evening to the Miltier family my sincere condolences. I worked with Mr. Miltier for many, many years. I knew him for over 40 years. My family had always been a strong supporter of Mr. Miltier. My father loved him dearly. He visited our home many, many years, even before he became a politician. Curtis and I worked together after I was elected to the school board, and I think we worked together about 12 years before he left office. Mr. Miltier was one of my mentors and a dear friend. Even after he left office, we spoke weekly, at least once a week. We chatted, we enjoyed our times together. During COVID, we were on telephone a lot, and I want to express to the Miltier family that we have truly lost a champion for our city. He was a forerunner of many great things. He was our councilman in Whaleville for 40 years. Not many people can do that, 40 years in city government. He was our vice mayor and he was our mayor. He was quite an unusual gentleman. And like I said, he was a champion for the city of Suffolk, not only my borough. And he was a pro-education, public education advocate, and I thanked him for that. I will say that during our 12 years together, as he served on council, I don't think he ever voted against anything for education. We worked that closely together. We'd meet on the budget. He read your budget book from cover to cover, and he'd ask a lot of questions, and he'd circle them, and then he'd ask me. If I didn't know, I'd go to the superintendent or to Ms. Forsman. But he was a true advocate of public education and a product of East Suffolk High School here in our city, and he treasured that. I will greatly miss Curtis, my dear friend, and I offer my true condolences to his family this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a lot of things to celebrate, and we could spend a whole lot of time talking about everything that's wrong in the world. There are some people who do that. It serves no purpose but to depress people. It doesn't encourage employees to do a better job when you tell them everything that they've done wrong. So I don't do that. It doesn't help anybody get better, doesn't do anything because most of the time people know what mistakes they've already made. So stressing that doesn't help unless you have some suggestions for solutions. I want to let people know that I'm very proud of our graduates. You see, when you tell counter stories, when you tell the truth about what our graduates are doing, you can smile in the face of people who hold stupid signs that are incorrect, who tell foolish lies about what's going on in the school system, who cannot counteract the millions of dollars that our children get in scholarships because institutions like the one I graduated from twice, the University of Virginia, don't give scholarships to people who don't know how to read. I don't usually share this information, but I think it's appropriate tonight since I've received several personal insults. So before I go on, let me just say this. I received a message this week from someone who wanted to see my transcripts, and I thought about President Obama and President Trump, and I thought to myself, if you'll share yours, I'll share mine. But I thought too, I graduated from Bennett College in Greensboro, North Carolina with a bachelor's degree in special education psychology, and from the University of Virginia the first time with a Master of Education in administration and supervision with secondary emphasis in special education. And then again from the University of Virginia with a PhD in educational policy studies. Now, I think that all of that didn't quite prepare me or anyone else for leading a school board in the midst of COVID. I think all of us are trying to learn to get through this process. But I can assure you and anyone else that all of us are trying to do the best we can for children like you, Chloe, and anyone else. I want you to be safe. I don't have my children and grandchildren. My children are grown and my grandchildren don't go to school in Suffolk Public Schools. But I want you to have the same benefits as our current governor's children. Our current governor's child, according to Newsweek, goes to Georgetown Prep, where vaccinations are required and so are masks. And because they are, if they're good enough for his children, that's Governor Youngkin. They're good enough for you guys, as far as I am concerned. Now, I will go further. We respect the law whenever it is implemented. The law isn't implemented yet, okay? We did not, and I did not lie about the conclusions the Supreme Court came to with regard to the case. The information is available. You can read it yourself and come to your own conclusions. We've heard a lot about Suffolk Public Schools' performance. Renaming Southwestern cost $3,000, what did you say, Mr. Napier, $3,700, $3,400?
Just shy of $3,500.
Just shy of $3,500, so $3,400. We do not have one employee, to the best of my knowledge, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that we have for a year that makes $3,400 some dollars. We don't hire anybody. We could not have hired anybody. We couldn't have done anything with that would have made a big difference. So we're going to get that lie out of the way because that is a lie. I can't name it anything else. I won't even call it misinformation. We changed the sign on the school. A committee of citizens voted to name that school that. The board disregarded that committee and named it something else. We brought that back. Mr. Riddick brought that to our attention. We brought it back, and the board changed the name on the school. That is done. It's over. It's finished. Okay? I didn't call anybody losers. Mr. Riddick straightened that out. I hope that won't go any further because I don't use that terminology. We're going to move on. Now, I'm going to talk about the positive things in Suffolk Public Schools, and I serve thousands of people in the Nansemond borough. I believe it's the most populated borough. I've had fewer than 5 people come and complain about masks for our students. I have had parents and teachers tell me, thank you for continuing the mask policy. We appreciate the fact that you care about our children and our safety. That says to me that I'm not ignoring parents, because parents are saying, thank you for caring about our children and our safety. Workers are saying, I was in the building for the funeral of Mayor Miltier. And the first person who greeted me was one of the persons responsible for cleaning that building, who said, thank you for what you all do, caring for us who work here for you. So I'm sorry that narrative doesn't work about not caring. When we do things for the health and safety for everyone, I have rights, you have rights, but your rights end right at that intersection where your rights begin and my rights end. And when we're talking about a deadly disease, we all have to think about our rights and the limits of our rights, especially when they spill over into somebody else's rights. Now, I'm going to leave that alone because I'm not even addressing some of the insults. When you talk about bullying, Chloe, I've been bullied this evening, continue to be bullied by people sitting in here with signs. That's right. And that's okay, because they are people who make their own choices, and they'll have to live with them. Now, whether they work or not, that's a whole nother thing. And Chloe, one of the things that I do is ignore people who behave in that way. And you're going to reach a point in your life where you're going to have to ignore people who behave in that way. When people behave badly, you ignore them and you go on with your life, because they have their own set of insecurities and you can't help them, okay? If you are not quiet, you're going to be removed from here. Move. Out of order. You are out of order, out of the room.
Y'all sign the recall. That woman needs to be dismissed.
I doubt if that'll help.
She's dismissed other people, other elected officials. Recall, sign our recall.
Goodbye. At any rate, here we go. We're going to talk about Mayor Miltier, who was a champion for education. I said this at his service, which we held at Kings Fork Middle School. He always supported us. We never had to question his support. And it's a great loss, as Vice Chair Byram said. I do want to make an announcement that we have ordered 40,000 KN95 masks for our staff. We want to make them available because we do want people to be safe. We're hoping that people will take advantage of those. We realize that cloth masks don't do all that they can do, but if you can, get them. If we have access to them, any that we can get for free, we're going to get for you. Again, we're very proud of the accomplishments of our teachers, of our staff, of our students, and we're going to get you out of here as quickly as we possibly can. So I'm going to close my comments. Thank you for attending. I'm sorry for the crazy start that we had, but I thank you for sticking with us and for us getting through this meeting. I will at this time, the last items are informational items unless there are any questions. We did have a loss this month. One of our students passed away at Kings Fork High School, and of course, we have that family in our prayers. They want to remain, they want their business to remain their business, and they'd like some privacy. So we're going to let them mourn in private, but know that you are in our prayers. We continue to keep you in our prayers. And if there are no questions about the informational items, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Good night.